Molly?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good morning. The first thing on our agenda is the consent agenda, approval of minutes of 3/19/24, approve payroll, approve vouchers, approve and allow the chair to sign the updated law enforcement center agreement, approve and sign letter of support for essential air service, approve and allow chair to sign renewal lease for WIC, and approve and allow chair to sign public health grant.
Madam Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, next thing on our agenda is not a public hearing, so we will keep moving. Jenny and Joy. Public hearing.
Nope.
Or no, sorry, reading the wrong line. Sage Creek subdivision, 4th amended plat.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Morning.
The staff report and packet was previously provided to you in the commission and should be part of the record. Coker and Charity Hawkes submitted an amended plat application, and they request approval of the partial vacation and 4th amended plat of the Sage Creek subdivision, specifically lot 7 and lot 8, resulting in the vacation of original lot 7 and lot 8, which were 4.71 acres and 4.79 acres respectively, and the creation of lot 107 and 108, which will be 6.25 acres and 3.25 acres. The original plat for the Sage Creek subdivision was approved on October 3rd, 1972 by the county commissioners, and the plat created 30 lots. 3 prior amended plats of the subdivision were approved by the commissioners, so this would make this the 4th amended plat of Sage Creek subdivision. Ownership of lot 7 is affirmed by an affidavit of survivorship, evidencing Denise A. Fink is the sole owner, and lot 8 is owned by Coker and Charity Hawkes. The property is legally described as Sage Creek subdivision, lot 7 and lot 8. The lots are located approximately 2 miles southeast of the city of Cody on the east side of Schultz Drive. Lot 7 is addressed as 10 Schultz Drive. Lot 7 is developed with a residence, septic system, outbuildings, and a minor commercial business. And lot 8 is residential vacant land. Both lots have water rights and are irrigated. The western portions of the lots are relatively flat. Neighboring land uses on the north, west, and south boundaries are all residential lots within the Sage Creek subdivision. And then adjacent to the east line of lot 7 and 8 are all agricultural unplatted lands. The subdivision is in RR2 zoning district, and the lot configuration is consistent with this zoning. Should the amended plat be approved, lot 108 will not be eligible for future subdivision because it will be 3.25 acre lots, and in RR2, 2 acres is the minimum lot size. The planning director determined no public hearing is necessary because the lot configurations do not appear to compromise or abrogate the rights and privileges of other lot owners in the subdivision. Agencies were notified, and the DEQ responded and summarized the notifications, permits, and certificates required for various activities that may impact ground or surface water. And the Park County Treasurer's Office confirmed that property taxes are paid for both lots. Park County Public Works confirmed both Sage Drive and Schultz Drive are dedicated to the use of the public. Sage Drive receives limited maintenance from the county, and Schultz Drive is not maintained by the county. They requested this be noted on the amended plat, and it has been noted accordingly on the plat. Cody Canal Irrigation District will require a water distribution plan. However, they will not require sprinkle-only irrigation. Game and Fish stated they have no terrestrial wildlife concerns. Park County Weed and Pest, you do not have that response yet. That just came in. And they are, Mary is not requiring a long-term noxious weed management plan. The lots are not located in any overlay district. No public comments have been received. The plat review committee reviewed the amended plat and a revised amended plat was received shortly thereafter. Since there is separate ownership of the vacated portion of the plat, instruments will be required to convey ownership of the individual lots resulting from the amended plat. And the amended plat meets the requirements outlined in our regulations. Our recommendation, staff recommendation, is approval of the fourth amended plat of Sage Creek subdivision, lot 7 and lot 8, with the following conditions. I'm striking the first condition because that was the long-term noxious weed management plan, her response from Mary. So number 1, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide an approved water distribution plan to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department for recording with the amended plat. Number 2, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide ownership conveyances of the individual lots resulting from the amended plat to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department for recording with the plat, or if closing at a title company is required for the land transaction to be recorded upon closing. And number 3, the applicant shall comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18.5-306. If you have any questions, we're
Any
available.
questions for staff? Okay, it's the pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve as presented with conditions recommended as presented 1 through 3, eliminating 4 in our documentation, which is the weed and pest. We've already got that. There's 4 conditions in our document.
Okay.
She presented it as 3.
Right.
Eliminating number 1.
Right. Okay,
Second.
been moved and seconded to approve the request for Sage Creek subdivision fourth amended plat. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
resolution 2024-16.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next item on our agenda is a public hearing, so we'll have to wait a few minutes. That's due to start at 9:50. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for changing poll locations from the courthouse to Cody Rec Center for 11-2 Crandall Sunlight and precinct boundary changes. So presenting that will be Hanzoni Katie from the Park County Elections Office.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, my name is Hans Odie. I'm the First Deputy Park County Clerk. Katie Johnson is our election deputy in the clerk's office. So, Madam Chairman, thank you for your time today. We appreciate you hearing us again. Seems like we've been here a lot lately. So, in Wyoming Statute 22-12-101 provides for a change in polling location of polling place. Park County Elections Office would like to change the 11-2 district and precinct 11-2, which is the Crandall Sunlight area, from the courthouse. We've tried to do some research and find out when they started polling at the courthouse and maybe a reason why. And it goes back before, we really don't know how far back it goes. So per the statute, the elections office has notified both major parties by return receipt request, U.S. mail, and placed a notice in the PAL and Cody newspapers and on our official website. Currently, again, the 11-2 has been designated in the past as our election day polling location. The proposal would transfer them from the courthouse up to the rec center, which is 0.7 of a mile from our from the courthouse up to the rec center. There are currently 75 registered voters in 11-2. We would notify them immediately if this proposal is adopted by the county commissioners today. It's been the longstanding practice of the Park County Elections Office to send letters to the 11-2 voters, informing them that they do not have a polling location other than the courthouse on election day. And that their along with those letters, we include an absentee ballot request form for their convenience and to complete and bring it back if they desire. They are not required to absentee vote. They can currently vote in our office. We would just like to transfer their polling location, that 0.7 of a mile, up to where the other rural Cody area precincts vote at the rec center. Again, it is not required that they absentee vote. In the 11-2 voters, they can come in, they can vote on election day if they so desire at our office, or up to 28 days before the election, they can vote in person. Or again, they can call our office, email our office, or send back their absentee request form. In 2022, there were 58 voters that cast ballots by absentee and 6 in person on election day. In 2020, these are general election statistics. In 2020, there were 57 absentees and 0 in-person voters on election day. And in 2018, there were 42 absentee voters and 1 in person. Madam Chairman, that's our proposal for 11-2, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Any questions from the commissioners? It is a public hearing. Do we want to take these separately?
I believe so, Madam Chairman.
So is there any public input on the information that we just received on changing the Crandall Sunlight polling location from the courthouse to the rec center in Cody? Yes, sir. If you'd come up and state your name for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Vincent Venata, live here in Cody. I'm here on behalf of the Wyoming Republican Party. The executive committee had asked me to speak at this meeting regarding this matter. We're not so much concerned about the change in polling place. As Mr. Odie had brought up, 7/10 of a mile is not an issue. One of the concerns is, though, sending letters to the prospective voters in Crandall and including an application for an absentee ballot. We believe that sets into motion a mindset of encouraging mail-in voting. We believe that voting should occur at the polling place, and people should be encouraged to vote and vote in person instead of using absentee ballots in the form of mail-in type voting. I understand you're going to be addressing the other issues, and I do have more on that, and I'll reserve that for when we come back to that part. But we are opposed to sending a letter to the electors in the Crandall area, a letter including the portion about absentee voting. We should be encouraging them. It also goes, if a letter is being sent to those electors saying, hey, you can vote by absentee ballot, then send it to every elector in Park County, which we know would be egregiously expensive, but at the same time, we shouldn't be encouraging mail-in voting. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the Crandall Sunlight issue? Okay. Thank you. Can move on with the second issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will move on now from the polling location change. We have no further information on that. To the precinct boundary changes. So in Wyoming Statute 22-7-101 provides for the commissioners with the advice or recommendation of the county clerk to designate election districts and precincts. Per statute, the elections office has notified both major parties by return receipt request in the U.S. mail, placed both the notice in the Powell and Cody newspaper and on the official county website. Statute also states that the Board of County Commissioners shall be guided by the interests of the greatest number of electors involved, and that the districts and precincts shall coincide with the boundary of a municipality or ward therein. Using the statute as a guiding principle and seeking uniformity in all municipalities within the county, the proposal would be to create one precinct per city ward in both Powell and Cody. Within the city of Cody, the following precincts would be combined. We would merge 2-2 into 2-1, and that's in the eastern part of the city. And that's Ward 1, and we would follow the ward boundary there. In the center part of the city, we would propose to combine 24-2, 24-3 into 24-1 and follow the Ward 2 boundary in that area. In the west part of the city, 25-2 and 25-3 would merge into 25-1 if the proposal is adopted, and that is Ward 3 of the city of Cody. Within the city of Powell, the following precincts would be combined. We would propose to merge 9-2 into 9-1 and follow the Ward 1 boundary. 9-4 and 9-5 merge them together and follow the Ward 2 boundary. And in the city of Cody, there is a third precinct in there that doesn't need to be combined. That's 9-7. It already follows the Ward 3 boundary in Powell. The proposed changes would not cause any alterations to voters' polling locations. We are not combining polling locations. We are consolidating precincts to lessen the number of ballot styles we have within each of the cities, and hopefully make the job of our election judges somewhat simpler by having fewer ballot styles to contend with on election day
at the two largest precinct or largest polling locations in Park County. Again, we're not proposing to change anyone's polling location. Only merge these that make perfect sense. The ballots are already the same. The 2-2 and 2-1 ballot is already the same, with the exception of the precinct committee people. And that would be the exception all the way across the board, is the precinct committee people will change. However, your precinct committee people, the numbers, whether you decide to combine these or not, the precinct committee population will stay the same at 43 pair, consolidated or not consolidated. So there's one churn, so to speak, and the churn is the consolidation between 9-1 and 9-2, they lose one pair, and the consolidation between 24 or 20, pardon me, 25, 1, 2, and 3 gains one pair. So 43 before consolidate, if we consolidate, 43 if we don't consolidate. I don't believe I have anything further to add, Madam Chairman. We would stand for questions.
Any questions from the commissioners at this time? Okay, this is a public hearing. So, yes, sir, just a minute. Please state your name again for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Vince Finata, once again, speaking on behalf of the Executive Committee for the Park County Republican Party. Forgive me if I go over the first thing. I'll try and skip through that because I did have the two combined. One of the interesting things that were brought up is how the merging of these precincts is going to be for the convenience of the elections office, less ballots. There's collateral damage involved with that, and it affects the respective political parties, the major parties, the Democrat and the Republican parties, in that we lose precincts within those municipalities. And essentially what happens is there's a cookie cutter approach to creating super precincts within those municipalities. Ward 1, 2, and 3, I mean, it would be 3 precincts in the city versus the number that's already in place now. By having more precincts, we have more of a diverse input from people within those municipalities, instead of the possibility of having a concentration within those precincts from a certain group of a neighborhood where precinct committee people may be concentrated. I know I'm talking in hypotheticals, but it's a very real possibility. So we are looking at it from the perspective of the people are the grassroots, the precinct committee members are the grassroots, and we need to have involvement throughout the community, not concentrated in these super precincts. To go on, what I have prepared here for you is when we look at the elections and voting in Wyoming, specifically in Park County, we see a trend of moving towards consolidated voting sites and encouragement of absentee voting in person, absentee voting versus in-person voting. For instance, in 2020, we saw the closing of rural polling sites during the primary election, and an unsupervised drop box placed outside of the clerk's building, and people encouraged to use absentee voting as if it were mail-in voting. We saw the counting of absentee ballots prior to Election Day without the authority of law, but guidance of the former Secretary of State. It took filing a complaint with the county attorney to get the polling places reopened in that general election of that same year. In 2022, the ballot box was moved inside the clerk's portion of the building under the pressure of voters in the community. In 2024, we see a letter sent to the voters in the Crandall area with the application for absentee ballot. And as I mentioned earlier, we look at that as mail-in voting. And now we're seeing the consolidation of precincts within the municipalities this year. So we asked why. I think the question's been answered, to make it easier for the elections office and the clerk's office on ballots. And as I mentioned, this kind of goes against the major parties as far as having diverse precincts throughout the municipalities. The rural areas aren't changing, but the municipalities are, where there is a greater concentration of persons. The letter that the Republican Party had received, there was a portion signed by you, Madam Chairwoman, and then there was an addendum to it, or an addition, and it only cited one sentence from Wyoming Statute 22-7-103, and it wasn't even the full statute, or a full sentence. It says election districts and voting precincts shall coincide with the boundary of a municipality or ward therein. Well, when we look at the full statute of 22-7-103, the sentence that precedes that paraphrase, it states, in establishing or altering election districts or voting precincts, the Board of County Commissioners shall be guided by the interest and the convenience of the greatest number of electors involved. So it's the electors who the county commissioners should be concerned about, not the elections office. And so that is our major concern there, that it is the electors who are going to be impacted by the reduction of precincts within the municipalities.
Okay,
Um,
thank you. We're going to have to keep moving here. We have another hearing.
So I would just ask that the grassroots and the major political parties be taken into consideration here, and not deny the people the opportunity at the grassroots levels to be engaged with the people in their communities. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for your patience and allowing me to speak so long.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to continue.
We're going to have to continue this. I'm sorry to do that, but the next thing has been an advertised public hearing. And that is at 10:05, and we're there. The one thing that we can do is continue this to this afternoon. Our agenda ends at, well, looks like we could fit it in at 2:15 at this point. No, not a continued public hearing at this point. We can continue for today without advertising, as long as we continue it today and give you a time. So I'm going to ask that those of you that want to speak or be here for any kind of decision that the commissioners make, we're going to go back to this hearing at 2:15 this afternoon. And I apologize for the agenda, but we just never know how that's all going to fit together. But the next is an advertised public hearing that we have to go with. So we'll be back at what? At 2:15. Okay? And 10:05. Okay. So it is after 10:05, and we had a public hearing for the Mendoza variance. So
We did a motion, continue the public, no.
no, not if it's the same day.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, is there anyone here for the Mendoza? Okay.
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates, a representative for the Mendoza variance request. You guys got that, I'm assuming the same packet that I did for the thing. I just wanted to note on line items, take your reference to line items 44 through 48. The request for this variance, oh, are you gonna explain it, or? Sorry, I'll take a step back for a second.
Okay,
You're doing good.
yeah, yeah.
Sure Jenny's not gonna gripe.
No, here, just read this. Sorry,
Okay,
we were kind of late.
thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, so you've been previously provided the staff report and packet. And we'll just run through the findings. Lorenzo Mendoza submitted a variance request application. He has also submitted an application to create a 2-lot major subdivision consisting of one 2.55 acre lot and one 1.5 acre lot. And the subdivision is considered a major because of a previous 5-lot minor subdivision that came out of the original tract of record. So having said that, the subdivision or the applicant is requesting a variance from the wastewater and domestic water standards for major subdivisions, which requires a full DEQ Chapter 23 review. And in lieu of fulfilling the wastewater and water requirements for a major subdivision, the applicant requests approval to comply with the on-site wastewater and on-site well requirements for simple and minor subdivisions in our subdivision regulations instead, which includes a perk test, excavation cut, our standard items there for septic and a domestic water well test from within a half mile of the subdivision. So provision for variance is to allow flexibility in the regulations when application of certain standards is inappropriate for a specific use or design proposal, or when enforcement of the standard would create a hardship or practical difficulty due to exceptional obstacles associated with the land or site where a particular project is proposed. And you, the board, may adjust or vary the strict application of any requirement of the regulations if it would deprive the owner of the reasonable use of their land, building, or structure. The property is in a GRP zoning district. It is in tract 10 of lot 84 resurvey, township 55 north, range 99 west. Ownership has been affirmed. It is owned by Sullivan Land LLC, and they, as a landowner, have signed off on the application for the variance in the subdivision. Legal notice requirements have been met. Agency referral requirements have been met. The Park County Treasurer confirmed that property taxes have been paid. Northwest Rural Water District provided an email, and there's an existing service to propose lot 2. However, they do not currently have the capacity for an additional service to propose lot 1. Therefore, a domestic well is proposed for that lot at this time. No public comments have been received. The applicant believes the strict application of the provisions of the regulations would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of the land because the proposed subdivision is 2 lots and DEQ only requires review of subdivisions that create 6 or more lots. The applicant believes the granting of the requested variance is a reasonable use of the land. The applicant believes the use is in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the regulations and will not compromise the integrity of the land use plan, nor will it be injurious to surrounding properties or detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. Staff indicated that not all conditions required to grant a variance have been met. In granting a variance, the board may impose conditions to prevent or minimize adverse effects from the variance on other properties in the vicinity and on the health, safety, and welfare of county residents. And if approved, a variance shall expire and become void 1 year following the date of approval unless construction or development is commenced prior to the expiration date and pursued to completion. The staff recommendation, because not all of the conditions of approval have been met, staff recommends denial of the variance request. However, if the board chooses to approve the variance, staff recommends the following condition of approval. The applicant shall comply with the wastewater and domestic water standards for simple and minor subdivisions in Chapter 3, Section 3C5 and Chapter 3, Section 3D4 of the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations as part of the Mendoza Subdivision Review. And the applicant shall otherwise comply with applicable parts of the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations. So if you have any questions, here to help.
Any questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, so you can sure go ahead, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, like Jenny said, if you'll look at your packet on line items 44 through 48. She talked about this is that, yeah, state statute indicates that DEQ shall review subdivision applications where there are more than 5 lots created. And DEQ may entertain a request to review subdivisions lower than or fewer than 6 lots. We've had this before come before DEQ, and man, it's really hard to get them to answer that question if they'll review it or not without submitting that Chapter 23 requirement. And I just want to note that, this was not previously in a subdivision. This was a remainder parcel, but since it was in that 40-acre chunk that already had other ones, that's why this 2-lot is being reviewed as a major subdivision. So yeah, we're just requesting that you support this variance request and that we would be willing to comply with the wastewater and domestic water standards for a simple and minor subdivision. So we won't have to go through the Chapter 23 process in front of state DEQ. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for the engineer? Hearing none at this time, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this issue? Yes, sir. If you'd come forward to the microphone, please, and state your name.
How you guys doing today? Happy National Donate Life Month to everybody.
Good, thank you.
I'm a recipient, please. I got some problems and I need some answers to some questions. As you guys know,
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Donald Hanson, I own the lots right across from the subdivision.
Okay,
Lloyd knows where I live, and I think Scott does. Scott probably does too. The amount of land that is usable on that lot is not. As you guys know, you own right to the center of the canal, correct?
Correct.
you'd have to look at the plat.
Okay, you take that part of that land. Have you got a picture of that in front of you?
We do.
We do now. Mhm.
Okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared. I was waiting until one, okay. So there's that part of the canal and the ditch road there that is not usable. So you're gonna put a house and then the corner of that lot there, where this dotted line here is. Right here.
Mhm.
That is an irrigation easement. That pipe is only about 1.5 feet in the ground. You cannot be driving over it with big trucks. I don't know where they're proposing to put buildings, don't care. That ground will not pass a purge test. I'll tell you that right now. I've lived there for 30 years. That ground, Lloyd knows, it will not pass a purge test. If it does, somebody cheated on the numbers. That's simple fact. There's only one water tap there. That means, where's the other one going to do? I'll tell you right now, the water out there is crap. I had a well for 30 years. It ate dishwashers like candy for breakfast. There is no irrigation water rights there. Absolutely none. They will not be able to irrigate any ground at all. So it's just going to be dry, barren parking lot, whatever you call it is, which is an eyesore. Road maintenance. Western Hills subdivision owns Barrows Roads. You commissioners, not you 6 here, 5, I guess, sorry. Years ago, gave away the use of our Barrows Road to this subdivision. Now you're going to add more people to it. The construction up there this summer, last couple of years, has literally destroyed that road. Part of the stipulations were in the rules is that they were to pay for part of the maintenance on that road. Then you go, okay, that becomes a civil matter. You're throwing a civil matter in my lap because I don't want it.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
is this relevant to the variance request that we're?
I don't know.
yeah.
Then that's what's in front of us right now is a variance request for applicable standards on this. We're not subdividing anything at this point in time.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if
Okay.
it was relevant to the variance request that we're hearing right now.
Well, these are things that need to go into the decision making of what you guys are doing here is what I feel.
But all we're doing is considering a variance request at this point in time. We're not considering a subdivision.
The variance request just decides which set of standards they're going to have to follow, whether it has to go through the DEQ major subdivision review or not.
Okay, I just don't want to put the cart before the horse here.
Right.
And that's what it feels like to me.
Madam Chair, Mr. Hanson, there's going to be a hearing with our planning and zoning on the 10th.
Okay,
And
I just wanted to speak my piece.
yeah, that will be, that.
And I didn't understand what the variance kind of all meant. That's kind of,
The wastewater.
okay.
Yeah.
The wastewater, the people that live below that are gonna have a problem. That all slopes downhill.
Okay.
I don't think you're gonna want anybody else's, like I told you, it will not purge test.
Okay.
Cause my son built a house right across the road there. He's on high ground and a lower ground right below it, and it barely passed the test. That there is a bog hole. End of conversation. You can't change that.
Okay,
So, thank you very much. Have a nice
thank
day.
you. Thanks. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak to this issue on the variance? Did you want to come back? Please state your name again for the record.
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates. Just wanted to answer a few of his questions that do tie to the variance about the water and wastewater. The wastewater, as I look at the houses all around there, none of those look like they have lagoons, so they must actually do have perk out there. Yeah, it's not gonna be very good. That is true to what he says. And then, yeah, we will deal with the other stuff as we go down the road, just because the cul-de-sac was supposed to be built on his property and it was not there yet. So that'll be something that we will be dealing with in the future. But yeah, there is residential's out there, and Barrows Road is a public road. So, and there is septic and all those other houses there. So just wanted to note that for the record too.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak to this issue through the public hearing?
Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion to close? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, this is definitely one that I think we're going to be looking at, one of those rules in the next year for our standards and regulations.
Sure.
Because of what our rules say, it kicks us into another level that really is not relative to this, what is happening on the ground. I'm not really greatly in favor at this point of approving, simply because I think it'll put hardship later on. However, the variance itself is justified request. I think they're gonna get nipped in the bud later with road issues, septic issues. That's covered as a condition if we choose to approve. In number one, we're not labeled 1 and 2, but number 1 reads applicants shall comply with wastewater domestic standards, so forth. So it doesn't guarantee them anything other than having a home rule, if you will, as opposed to go through the DEQ, and it does help in that sense. So I guess I'm open for discussion, but I'm not, I don't, at this point, I would I guess lean towards the variance, simply because I think we have a flaw in our own regulations.
Are you making a motion for discussion purposes?
I'm open for discussion. I'll let someone else, and I may be swayed one way or
Madam
another.
Chair, I move we approve the variance.
The move to approve the variance. Do I have a second?
Second.
The moved and seconded to approve the variance. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, with conditions, I'm assuming.
Yes.
With conditions.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Resolution 2024-18.
18, okay,
Actually, let's do 17.
17,
sorry.
okay,
I'll switch.
okay.
Thank you.
We have a short break. We're back at 10:35. Thank you. Coffee time or whichever.
Just all, because you get it all off, yeah. Jams. Yeah.
Got everybody. Molly, are we up? Okay, the next thing on our agenda. We're going to have to deviate a little bit because of the earlier action of continuing that public hearing. So in this next agenda item, we'll be hearing about adopt vote tabulators for all polling locations and election judge pay for 2024. And we'll put the precinct people decision off until after this afternoon's continuation. So Katie, Hans?
Madam Chairman, thank you again. Hans Odie, Park County, First Deputy County Clerk, Katie Johnson, First, Deputy Elections Deputy. So what we want to talk about, we are asking for you to put the committee, precinct committee men and women allocation for election off until after you make a decision on consolidation or not of those city wards. And then, so what we have up next is the adopt vote tabulators for all polling locations. 2211-102, Wyoming statute says the Board of County Commissioners in each county may adopt for use either experimentally, permanently, or in any election, or in all poll. Let me start over with that. Either experimentally or permanently in any election in any or all polling places within the county, any electronic voting system authorized by law. As there is only one electronic voting system authorized by law in the state of Wyoming. So that authorization takes place starting at the federal level. Election companies with election machines or election tabulators that have a business in selling election tabulators start with the EAC, which is the Election Assistance Commission at the federal level. They have to certify their equipment through the EAC. And then once they're certified with the EAC, they can go to the states, and then the states can certify or not certify their election equipment for use in their individual state. ES&S, DS200 and DS450 and the DS850 are the only tabulators in the state that are certified or authorized by law. So what we would like the commissioners to do is reaffirm the use of the DS200 and the DS450 tabulators for the 2024 election cycle, Madam Chairman.
Any questions for staff? This is not a public hearing, so.
Well, Madam Chair, I'll weigh in here because there's a lot of concern out there about voting machines, and we're talking about a voting tabulator that counts the ballots after they've been filled out by the voters. There's been word out or concern out there about them. They've also said that the word may in there says we may choose to adopt them or not adopt them. I disagree with that. I did have a meeting with Secretary of Gray on Friday. He and I had different opinions on this. I understand there's folks are wanting a way to verify that these tabulators are accurate. They are tested prior to every election, and anyone can attend those testing. His concern is that there's no verification, post-election verification. I agree with him that I would like to see a way for that to occur. I don't see it happening. The way I read the statute, I don't see that we can. The way I read the statute, I don't see that we can do a wholesale hand count of an election. This is stuff that should be addressed via legislation. And we've had legislators in these discussions before, but I haven't seen anything coming from a legislative level to address this. But at this point in time, I think that we should be adopting the use of these tabulating machines.
Madam Chair, I'm not disagreeing with anything you said. My question is, do we not currently post-election have an audit done, not by a private individual or any group, but it's done, if I understood correctly, by the University of Wyoming right now at a random of these tabulators, and that choice can be changed by the Secretary of State. Is that correct? I'm asking election, or election. You can.
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel. So that is correct. We do a post-election audit or test of we have to do how many precincts? 5% of our precincts. So I think it's 1 or 2 precincts that we have to go back and do a test on afterwards, a test of the machines. And then there's also a audit that we have our canvas board come in and we go through a randomly selected batch of ballots that are randomized by a program from the University of Wyoming that gives us a cast vote record number. And we go back and look at the images of those ballots and verify that the ballot image is what was tabulated by the tabulator. And we do have the canvas board is the county clerk, and a representative of the Democratic Party and a representative of the Republican Party.
Madam Chair, it's, and I understand correctly, this is done randomly through the whole state.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel, that is correct. Every county has to do that. And in 2022, the entire state had 0 errors.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, also, and this is a question for elections. Currently with the tabulators we're using, if a voter overvotes on an issue or a candidate, if there was just for example, choose 3 and they choose 4, does the tabulator notice that and ask the voter if they want to change it or alter their ballot?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Livingston, thank you for the question. Yes, the tabulator notifies the elector immediately as they put their ballot into the DS200 at their polling locations. It notifies them that they have overvoted a single race, and it tells them what race they overvoted and gives that voter the option to return the ballot so that they can take it back to the ballot judges, get a clean ballot and go revote it, or they can choose to cast that ballot at that time. And it is them pushing that button on the screen of the DS200 and saying, yes, I want to cast this ballot at this time. And what happens is that particular race then is counted as an overvote and no selections are made for individual candidates. If you went down I believe that you're going down the road is would an elector be notified during a hand count situation? No. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand. I don't see how they could be.
They wouldn't.
Yeah. Since your name's not on your ballot.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
I think mine's are answered.
Any action?
Move to adopt the use of the tabulators as presented for our all polling locations.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the use of tabulators for all polling locations in Park County. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, the second part is election judge pay.
Moving on to election judge pay, election judges and board members are to be compensated at a rate determined by county commissioners. And what we are proposing to do here is to, instead of itemize our vouchers for judges, so in the past, we have itemized $125 for pay and then $30 for a meal stipend. We're moving to consolidate those and pay them at a flat rate of $155, which is what they've been paid in the past. Pay rate will also remain the same for board members at $10 an hour, $25 for attending one judge's training, and mileage will be paid at the same rate that is paid to county employees. The only change of pay is that we are seeking to increase $35 for head judges. We feel that they just really go above and beyond on election day and deserve to be recognized for that.
Yes. Any questions from the commissioners?
I'm not extremely opposed to it. My question is, are you having difficulty because of the pay rate that we're at of getting these head judges? Personally, 4 years, 4 years ago, 2 years ago, I can't remember when the hell I had 2 years ago. I refused to cash my check. I was doing it as a volunteer. You said I couldn't do that. Well, I showed you, didn't I? But so I guess my question is this a money issue of getting judges?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you for the question. No, this is not a monetary issue. I believe a lot of our election judges do believe that it is volunteer and are surprised that we are legally required to pay them. We are just seeking to show our appreciation to the head judges because on election day, they take up a lot of responsibility and they are charged with ensuring that their polling location fully functions, from start to finish. That.
Madam Chair, secondly, how are we compared with Park County from across the state? I mean, is that the normal pay?
Chairman, Commissioner, thank you again for the question. We are a little bit on the lower end when we are comparing how much other counties do pay their election judges.
Yes.
Katie, were we paying the election judges for lunch and not allowing them to go to lunch?
Commissioner Chairman, thank you. Yes. And that is, yes. So we did, in our previous pay break, we did, yes, $125 pay and then a $30 meal stipend. But we tell our election judges, since we do not do split shifts, that they are required to stay there for the entirety of the polling, the entirety that the polls are open. So it seems a bit redundant to say, here's a $30 meal stipend for food that you cannot go get on the day of the election itself.
Do we provide food? Or
No,
they
we
have
do
to
not.
bring their own if they want someone? Okay.
Madam Chair, what's the fiscal impact of the $35 increase? Do you have to get your,
Calculator.
looks like he can do it the old way. How many head elections judge we have?
Yeah.
11 to 10 judges. An increase of $35.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Livingston. With some quick math, that looks like that would be an increase of $385.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the election pay for election judges for the 2024 election cycle as recommended by staff.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the election judge pay as recommended by staff for the 2024 election cycle. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And 215 for the continuation. Okay. Oh, scholarships.
Scholarship.
Um,
There we go. Am I the only one that filled it out?
Nope. No, I didn't fill it out that one. I couldn't do it online, but I've got it. So. I think
I did my homework.
But did you do it backwards like you were suggesting? Or did you do it like the spreadsheet?
I did all of them. But it's easily reversed.
10 is the top.
Number one is number one. You did it backwards. You want to do it backwards?
Well, it just says scoring on it's a scholarship scoring sheet. It was 10-1 with 10 being the best score for the
I
outfit.
didn't even see that. That's not mine. This is printed correctly off.
This is what I got right here.
Is that right?
It's in
Yeah.
SharePoint.
It was all
So
along.
10 was the
Was your
the
top.
best.
Well, that's easily fixed. All I gotta do is go shade one that Billings Golden Apple.
Oh, wow.
Number one, they count backwards.
Cool. Oh, great. Okay. The next thing on our agenda is to review the county commissioners' scholarships. The county commissioners give 3 scholarships. Normally Cody High School, Powell High School, and Meeteetse High School. We ended up with 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 applications from Cody, 2 from Powell, and 3 from Meeteetse. Gotta go back into shipping. Okay, we got a total points across. I didn't print out the sheet, sorry.
I think that's generally the vice chair's job is to do the adding and tallying.
Cool.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, first of all, I have to apologize because I did not see this,
Oh,
so I'm gonna have to stay out because I didn't.
okay.
It's good. You get to, then
You get to do the math.
Oh,
Okay, you get to do the math.
You get to do the math.
oh, really?
You have a blank sheet?
Yeah, I guess.
Let's, you want to break them up, Meeteetse, Cody, Powell, and see?
I'm just gonna roll through the numbers that
See
we,
what the numbers come out.
what the numbers come out and
Okay, I didn't do it that way,
Madam Chair, you're not required to pay
right, between the 3
No.
towns.
between the.
We're not
No.
required,
Okay.
but
we have historically, but sometimes we have deviated from that though.
Yes, you have.
okay.
Okay, go.
Matt, I'll start. Okay. You ready?
Yeah. Oh, you want me to keep?
Yeah, you're gonna have to add numbers. So you're gonna have to.
Yeah.
Went to Cody High School
Now, careful.
All right. Orson. Of Meeteetse 10. You want to just go through, you want to go through all 10?
Just go through them.
Okay.
There's more than 10.
Walsh,
Yeah, there's,
for Powell, 9. Grant, Cody, 8. Salzman, TC 7. Fisher, Powell, 6. I don't know how you pronounce Palm.
Paul Meisel,
Palm.
since he worked for us. He
Paul
worked
Meisel.
for the county.
As far as you know.
5. Magera,
McGargle.
McGargle,
Gargle. 4. Pina. Pine. 3. Stewart, 2. And Merritt, 1.
Which merit?
which merit?
Kinsley.
You
Hey.
ready? Oh, you ready?
Yeah, I was just gonna go in the order of they were presented on the,
Okay.
Blaine, I have 7.
Hold on here.
Were you like going highest 10?
Highest is
Okay.
10 is the best.
switched it around.
Yeah, I did too, but I just fixed.
Are you ready,
I am now, go ahead.
Vice Chair? Fisher, 9. Grant, 6. Orson, 8.
Go down there. I'm sorry, what did you say Fisher was?
Fisher is 9.
And then Grant,
Grant is 6.
6.
Orson, 8. McGargle, 9. Cash Merritt, 8.
Very good. Oh, Mayor.
Cash merit. Cash merit was 8.
Where you at?
That's a mayor.
Number 6.
Oh, got you.
Number 7 is Kinsley merit, and that's a 10.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where'd you have Cashmere at?
I had cash at 8.
8. Okay.
Tina, I have at 7. Homeisel, I have at 10. Salzman, I have at 3. Stewart, I have at 3. Walsh, I have at 3.
You do. That's for one through 10.
No, I just give it's weighted because all of them are gonna get averaged with added together. That's how I do it.
Scored.
Scott,
Okay, I had at the top was Fisher at 10.
Hmm.
Walsh, very last one at 9. Torsten at 8. Stewart at 7. Homeisel at 6. I have 7, or I have Grant. Where am I at? At 5. McGargle. McGargle. Okay, that would be at 3.
4.
4. Correction. Cash merit at 3. Kinsley merit at 2. And my last one was Salzman at 1.
That's not the way I read it. I guess, I mean,
The other way.
yeah, I read it as if you can rate them each individually 1 through 10 on where you think they,
Right.
Right.
and then when you add that together, you get the.
We should, Madam Chair, really come up with a hard, fast way to do this.
That's how we did it. That's how I thought how we did it.
No, we've done it the way we Scott mine.
Okay.
We'll see, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Well, he did it the other way and just reversed it as we were talking.
I had 1 through 10.
Yeah.
Top one was 1.
Okay.
That's why it took me a while.
But you only had 1 10 or
Yep.
1 5 and 1 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
Lee did it wrong.
Kayla Horson, 10. Homeisel, 9.
Can you speak?
Homeisel,
Scott
9.
can't hear you.
Fisher,
9.
8.
Fisher?
Fisher, 8.
Okay.
Let me go back up here. Kinsley Merritt, 7. Very nice. Joseph Pina, 6. Then Cash Merritt, 5. Allison McGargle, 4. Walsh, 3. And look at these 2 numbers. Walsh, 3. Grant, 2. And I have Salzman at the last because they have.
Who was 4 for you?
Let me look. Allison McGargle.
Oh, okay.
Which is Madam Chair, I guess.
What's the last one?
Salazar.
That's the last one. You did.
Salzman.
Salazar.
Madam Chair, I guess the way I looked at this in the past is the scoring ranking is 1 through 10 of how good you feel, because we have 12 applicants.
Mhm.
If it was gonna be strictly in order of preference, we'd have 1 through 12. And so that's why the way I took it is you can,
I think.
you,
Right.
Yards.
yeah,
I think we're okay.
yeah.
So
Oh, wait a minute. Take that.
Well, let him total the math and he can tell us. who
Did we
the
have, we
three
didn't
are.
have a reappointment on
No.
this year?
No.
I didn't see one.
They received the email, but nobody, yeah. So.
Didn't apply.
Oh.
How are we doing with your Cody math, Scott?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
Writing.
And Madam Chair, and I don't know why I've noticed it before, Colleen, but something you might want to share with the schools when they have these students submit these applications is they might want to redact their birth date, social security number, because everything we have is public record. And so you go to look in their, on their transcripts, all these kids have
Everything's there.
social security and birth date on them. And since this is, again, public information, it just, you know, in this day and age, you might want to not want to put that out there. And it would have to be something the student would do because they pull their transcript and it's right there at the top of it. Good point.
I got my results, math guy. I went to Powell, not Cody.
See,
Yeah. Trust but verify.
see what Scott comes up with.
We'll see how he compares here.
Put me on the spot now.
I will just note that on our application.
Okay.
Please make sure when you turn it in that you
I think it would be,
never thought of that in the past.
I didn't tell last night.
Yeah, and.
Mine came out with one from each school,
It did?
top three.
Oh, cool.
We'll see what,
Yeah, what he comes up with.
Mr. Math, so
see what the math guy over here does.
Math guy. You have a new name, Scott.
I know, right? It's the best one I've been called.
You ran out of fingers?
Yeah.
No,
This
I
week.
think- okay, so, where you at, Lee?
Huh?
Where you at?
If my math's correct, the top vote getter is Horseman.
Yep.
From Matisse with 36. And then
Who's
second,
the TT?
pardon,
Who got TT?
Horson.
Corson.
Horseman?
That
Mhm.
was your first one, right?
Yeah, he's the top
Yeah.
number.
Right.
She.
And then the second vote getter basically would be Fisher of Powell with 33.
Yep.
And then number 3 is Kinsley
Merit.
Palm
Meisel.
with 30.
It's Kelsey
Kelsey.
Palmeisel.
Kelsey.
Yeah.
Palmeisel.
Kinsley Merritt.
And
Okay.
Kinsley Merit, yeah.
So it is.
Is Kelsey
Yes.
number 3 for you?
Yeah.
Palma Josel.
Yeah.
Oh, much less.
Well,
So those are the top 3 and each one is from a different.
Yep.
Okay.
And I
Thank you.
need a motion.
Is that in form of a motion?
Horson. Fisher. And Meisel.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I move that we grant the scholarships to the following 3 students. Kayla Horson. Kelsey Palmeisel. And Aubrey Fisher.
Yeah, have a motion. Do I have a second?
second.
Been moved and seconded for the 3 scholarships to be awarded to, just use last names, Horson, Fisher, and Meisel. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, not so much the motion itself, but I do think that in the future, is there any more money available? I mean, $500 is substantial,
That's
but
from the state.
It's not
Yeah.
our money.
how do we increase that?
Talk to the state.
That's the
Talk to the
state.
state?
Well, we might talk to WCCA and see if all the commissioners agree that
That could be
it's nice, but it could be increased and see what the
Yeah.
state says. Okay,
Maybe we can bring that up as an interim topic for one of our legislators.
Sure.
Is that how it would have to happen?
No, it's too late for an interim topic because those have already been set by management council. It would be they could bring it as a standalone bill, you know, that they would,
their own bill.
their own bill, get sponsors and whatnot, but it's the interim topics have already been set for this year. But it doesn't preclude it from
No.
being looked at through the legislature.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Good job, Scott.
Motion
Okay.
passes. I'm glad you guys math agreed since you're Cody and Powell.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll get those letters and everything ready.
Okay.
Lisa sign.
Okay, just let me know.
I hope so.
Okay. Um, we're a little bit ahead, but if the Fair Board people are here, we'll talk to them. Now I've got to find my rules and regs.
Where's Andrea?
She's here. Come on up, Andrea.
You see, they sit before that.
Just walked in.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt anything.
So, and I have a feeling from what I understood from the meeting, you're kind of on your own today as far as.
Sounds like it, yeah. I
advisory.
think Fred wanted to come, but he
Okay.
just couldn't.
This is the next thing on our agenda and it's Fair Board / Fair Advisory Board discussion. Just to set up the discussion, what we had was the Fair Advisory Board over the last few years and a few months ago, the county commissioners through some statute changes determined that we needed to revise that area. So the county commissioners appointed the county commissioners as the official Fair Board. And we are continuing to work with the advisory Fair Board from the citizens. So in doing that, we have a set of bylaws that were done, who knows when, in order to get the advisory board working. And those bylaws don't really fit anymore. So we wanted to have a little bit of a discussion about the thoughts from the advisory board and how things are working there, or what changes we might need to make and what the official Fair Board at this point wants to do. I have had advice from the county attorney who didn't get to review these until yesterday when he got back to town. And his advice is to have our discussion on the things we want to look at and what we want to change, but he kind of thinks they need a pretty big rewrite. And I don't know if you have looked at that, but one of the first things it says, it talks about the Fair Board appointed citizen body known as the Fair Advisory Board. Well, we need to clean up that language, and that language kind of travels all the way through them.
Sure.
So we'd have to clear that part up. But other than that, discussion wise about duties or how things are going or what needs to be changed, that's all wide open. So
I think it's the consensus of the advisory board that we're pretty happy with how things are running now in terms of the allocation of duties and how that's working. So I think we would be fine implementing procedures that reflect what basically has been the course of action for at least since I've been on the board the last 4 years.
okay. What we have now is a combination with the coordination of our events coordinator working with the Fair Advisory Board to make things happen in that realm. He takes care of the vendors, the locations for vendors, utilities, those kinds of things. The Fair Advisory Board has been, I would say 90% of the time, setting up fair classes, the fair book, getting the judges, determining what it is that the 4-H and open classes need to have at fair or what people are asking for, and then determining the entertainment, which is quite the process to
Yes.
get them wired.
Yeah, yes.
Is there other things? The accounting, I know that can be a little bit complex at times because it kind of goes through the computer in the events office. However, it is the fair advisory budget type of thing. Any issues?
Yeah.
I think it's,
I mean, I think that is an ongoing issue, just how we make sure that that's accurately reflecting what's going on. And I guess maybe one change or thing that has come up a couple of times is that ability within the budget to save for long-term projects. I think that there would be some benefit to us being able to do that. And certainly some of that budget comes from you all, but some of that budget comes from, sales and tickets and entry and all of that. So that's, I guess, a reoccurring thing that seems to come up as we deal with the budget. But other than that, I think it's just that coordination of getting implemented into that budget framework that the county gives us, what we need to. And I know that that's been a bit of a struggle for Billy and Carl, just because they haven't had experience in that. But I see that getting better with everything we deal with.
okay. When you're talking about long-term projects, I know some of the discussions at the Fair Board meetings, and chime in whenever you'll get there. we talked about barns and I think the commissioners know over the last few years, we've done a lot of concrete floors, done a lot of new pens, sheep barns and that kind of thing. And we finally got the siding done on the beef barn, which was like 10 years. But getting some of those things done. But what you're talking about are those type of long-term expensive projects that we can't really fund in 1 year.
Yes.
It takes, okay.
Yeah.
So Madam Chair, what we're gonna run up against is, and it happened years ago, we went to a zero balance budget where you couldn't have any holdover.
Mhm.
And so about the only way that I could, and Colleen can weigh in here if need be, about the only way I could see that occurring is the Fair Board would need to address a large project that they were gonna see the funding need for. And maybe allocate, say, if you cut our budget or back by this much for 5 years, and then we can fund that large project then, because I don't see how you can stash money under our current zero balance budget that we're running under.
Right, but if they did a carryover each year, we could be tracking that. But they would have to, kind of like we do in buildings and grounds, allocate what that money is to go for. And I'd have to visit with Steve, but we could add a line item those dollars can't be used for anything but what they specify. So that way, say 5 years from now, they have enough money to actually do the project, then they could use what was set aside in that fund.
Yeah.
Would be my only way of thinking, maybe it would work, but.
And I'm thinking about the difference, if there's a difference in how we do this with the commissioners being the Fair Board that controls basically the buildings and things on the grounds on the out of fair time, type of thing. And if there's going to be any difference or change in how things are allocated or looked at through the budget scenario being this group, do we have any place in there? And is there a possibility in our stuff that can be kept? I mean, they can make the suggestion on what needs to be done as far as buildings and permanent structure stuff. And we can keep that. We have a list of capital projects. And so why couldn't that be part of that, being how we wanted to keep the buildings and grounds part with us because of the events and that coordination? So that project that they would suggest and have a fee for could be in our capital projects.
Madam Chair, I agree, but with the zero budget, I don't see how we can rattle any of that money ever. Because you may have every 2 years, you're gonna get different commissioners. They're not gonna guarantee that budget, that money be spent. I don't know if you can do that on zero budget. If it was an enterprise account, but the capital improvements portion is what's gonna pay for any major improvements over there. And those are looked at from every year to year. Whether we carry them over, it goes back to the general fund.
Right.
So I don't see how this could work other than a request. And then we can try, but I can't speak for future commissioners, and I don't think we can as commissioners.
Madam Chair, I think we can address if you're seeing need for building improvements over there on the fairgrounds. I think we can address that through our budget and how we do. But are there other projects you might be thinking you're wanting to save up for that are not building or grounds centric?
I think that there's been discussion about, acquiring panels to finish off a building or to, I don't know, address the tie outs or something like that. That is just more of an expense than really one budget year comfortably handles. But there's not one thing in mind that I'm coming to you with. It's just something that's been kind of a reoccurring theme that comes up. And I think we just need to understand if there's a way to do that or how we should approach those things.
Okay. I guess this year, because of where we are with budget, my only suggestion would be to decide if there is a project sitting there like that and just tell us about it at budget time and we can decide whether we can fit it in capital projects or not. Okay. Because we haven't worked into our budget yet or the buildings and grounds budget. So,
Okay.
The point of, like you talking about going back to a zero budget, the fair actually makes enough of a profit to carry them over into the next budget instead of requesting $100,000 from the commissioners each year.
Mhm.
From them turning that money in and then us giving it back to them. Would that, I mean, it was nice that they didn't come and ask for money
Last year.
this last year. That carryover, could that be used as their future budget?
And I'm not an accountant. I just don't want to muddy the water with other
Our math
parts of the
next-
county that may want to carry over money as well.
Right.
What the only thing I can think of possibly would be in our budget message, so that each year we know that we're requesting an additional 50,000 for a rabbit barn.
Right.
And we didn't use it because it's gonna we know it's gonna cost 300,000 or whatever, double. I'm just saying, just a way of tracking it without physically tracking, keep,
The
doing
funds
it.
sitting there.
yeah, I just don't wanna, the zero budget, in my opinion, works very well. The enterprise account with the landfill works very well.
Sorry.
When you start having departments rat holing,
Mhm.
you're gonna open up a can of worms that I don't wanna know.
Yeah.
But
I've seen that. in the
Madam
past.
Chair, on the other hand, we don't want some of these boards spending the money because they
And that's
feel
what's
they
gonna
have.
happen. Well,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
And but that's what.
You know, if we set them
That's
to the
happening right
budget, then yes.
it
and
has
they-
been. Well,
they'd be
I shouldn't
better
say it
spent.
is, but they have that potential for it to happen right now.
Sure.
But I haven't seen it since I've been in commission.
Commissioner Stewart?
Madam Chair, I can look at it, just going back to my experience with the sheriff's office. There was a lot of times we had cash carryover projects, cars didn't come in, rifles
Oh,
didn't come in, whatever. So we didn't spend that, you turn it back in, request that,
Again.
didn't come back, and so you can still do the zero balance budget every year. But then make them come in and sell you on why they need this particular item, and then every year, it's a decision by the board whether they want to go for that.
Carried over.
And I think that, but I don't think. And I think it's very obvious, when people decide to spend at the last minute. I mean, we got accused at the sheriff's office for doing that, but it's because. We were so dynamic and in emergencies, never know how much money we were gonna have to spend, so we tried not to spend on certain things. Totally know we're gonna have enough money, but I think it's something that the board has to really look at as a balance, but. I think if they got a project, and they wanna come to the board and we can afford it, fine, and if they don't get it done, then we revisit, whoever the board is next year, revisit it.
Mhm.
So it's whatever the sitting board is gonna be the one making the decision, not stashed in an account somewhere, locking somebody else in.
Okay. Just to catch you guys up to speed, sorry, we started a little bit early. I kind of forgot you might be here. We did hear from the county attorney who got back into town yesterday and I failed to get him the bylaws very quickly. So he got them on Friday and he's like, no. He wants to review them a little bit better and they do have some wording places in there that have to do with now what we need to look at as the Fair Board and the Fair Advisory Board. So he wants to work on that language to get things changed and updated. So we won't be officially updating anything today. But what I asked Andrea for is anything or conversations that need to be sorted out that you guys have seen that are any issues or problems with how things are set up or things that you'd like to see changed as we go into this, so we can get them worded accordingly. And so that's why we got onto the budget discussion and the buildings and projects, I guess, is where we're at.
So will we have an opportunity to review and comment on those
Oh,
bylaws?
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, nothing's gonna change that fast and we will make sure that you get a copy when
Okay.
he puts a draft together.
Okay.
So what are you all's thoughts? I know you've been at this for a little while and we did talk about the financial situation where Billy and Carl, you're kind of doing the Fair Advisory Board budget and you're doing the county events budget and trying to keep those as separate as you can, but where they do meld together on occasion. And those decisions are usually made at the Fair Board meeting as to how much is coming out of which budget when they do meld together. We've had those discussions.
Fair advisory.
Fair Advisory Board, sorry. Anything that jumps to mind that you think needs more clarity between how things should operate? Is there a problem or a hitch somewhere other than show works on occasion, but Carl's taking care of that, so we'll do better. But,
Start show work training on Wednesday.
right, right. Anything come to mind?
I guess I would really like some clarity as far as roles and responsibilities of the 5 advisory board members. Andrea and I work really close together. A lot of times it's really hard to get correspondence with others. Is there I mean, the latest bylaws that Carl and I have, they do kind of break it out as far as what they do, but they also don't really.
So you'd just like more clarity in that area, what their responsibilities are.
Their responsibilities with the fair is and what our responsibilities with the fair is.
Okay. You as events coordinator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I know in my job description, it is part of,
Right.
obviously, but it's just one small part that takes over the majority of the time.
Any other thoughts on where we're at right now? What we need to look at?
It'll be interesting, Mr. Skorik's take on this.
Mhm. Mhm.
There is some stuff just needs to be cleaned up.
Yeah, as you look through them, there's some
Mhm.
history stuff. Okay. Nothing else jumping out?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we've hit on a couple of things that seem to be reoccurring themes. Otherwise, I think, these two have come in and have a background and an understanding of fairs, and that's been invaluable. I think it's been great. They're a big help to us. I think we work through most any sort of issue pretty well. So I don't have a lot other than, kind of trying just to get that document in a way that works for everybody, and then just continue to work on the budget and budget tracking pieces.
One of the biggest issues over the last year and a half has been the sound system, and we're still working on that to get it
Getting closer.
up to snuff for fair.
Oh.
Yeah, getting closer.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, what I can do is give these notes, and you said, let him make a first run at it. And then we can all take a look at it and see if it meets what we need, or if we need some more tweaking done to it before we update the bylaws.
Yeah,
Get
that
that
sounds
done.
great.
And you've done a great job of doing the meetings.
Oh, thank
Appreciate-
you. Thank
Appreciate
you.
that. Some of them over the last few years got a little late at times, but.
It reaches a point of diminishing return.
That's
so-
exactly right. Yeah,
We need
too
to-
many rabbit holes on
Yep.
occasion.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Anything else on fair board right now? Okay. Thanks for coming over. You know, that didn't take very long, but we need the input. So if there's something else we can do, or if you think it's something that you really want Brian to look at, let me know. Okay. All right.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're 11:45. So you got a little bit of a break for Debbie to be here.
Go to my
Yeah, thank you, Debbie.
Yeah, we should have had this meeting yesterday,
Yeah, April Fool's Day.
right?
Oh,
Well, Mary Louise, she's headed south to Laramie and Cheyenne, and so she, thanks so much for taking Michaela to the commissioner. And I'm like, oh my God, was that today? So I'm trying to April Fool her, but you know.
You should tell her we forgot.
Yeah. I said April Fools, we're here. Sorry. Putting it away.
We're good. We're running a little bit ahead of time and
I
have a little
see
bit of break
that.
in between, so.
Michaela kind of looked, I said, so you ready to go down? And she's kind of looking at me. I said, well, I'm kind of one of those people.
Mhm.
If you're early or on time, if you're on
Mhm.
late,
Mhm.
that's me.
And our agendas can fluctuate quite a bit sometimes, so.
There you go.
So the next thing on our agenda, Debbie Kelly, University Extension Educator, introducing Michaela Getz.
Mhm.
Okay. ANR Educator, and I assume you're
Yes.
going to explain. Okay,
We'll do that.
nice to
So-
meet you.
Thank you. Most of you know me, so.
Yeah.
We are super excited in the extension office, as we always have been, to get an educator, and Colleen is very aware of that, being in the office for all those years, but Michaela is a huge addition to our office right now. She is like fit in just perfectly to all our craziness that we got going on upstairs. So, like I said, the commissioners, we've got, Mr. Scott Mangold, Dotsie Overfield, who is now chairman of the board, who I've known forever, Lee Livingston, Lloyd Beal, and our ex-sheriff, Scott.
recovering sheriff.
I'm sure he still kind of runs roughshod over you guys, right?
You guys,
No, he tries, yeah, I bet. So anyhow, I'm gonna let Michaela take it over from here.
Okay, well, as Debbie said, my name is Michaela Getz. I moved here from Texas a whopping 2 months ago, still adjusting to the cold. So,
Snow.
and the snow, yep, that's been an adjustment. And actually mainly the ice, that snow that just kind of brushes off has been nice, but it's the ice underneath getting used to. But anyways, went to Missouri State for my bachelor's degree, then went to Texas and Tarleton State for my master's. And that wound me up here, UW and extension. So as Debbie said, kind of sliding right in, and the ANR educators, agriculture and natural resources educator, ANR for short, since it is kind of a mouthful. And my office is right upstairs, so don't hesitate to pop on by, but
cool.
anything else?
Where in Texas?
Stephenville,
Okay.
just southwest of Fort Worth there.
Yeah, my son's in Salado.
Oh, there you go.
South of there.
There's a lot of folks I feel like that are going kind of back and forth to and from Texas, but
It's warmer down there.
it's,
Yes.
it's that.
Kind of like that. But any questions, thoughts? Go ahead. Commissioner?
I got it, just in layman's terms, just to explain to me on a daily basis, what does an extension educator do?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, on my day-to-day,
Absolutely.
no, on my day-to-day, it entails a lot of reaching out and trying to meet folks in the community. Getting calls from just asking general questions of, hey, I'm planting this in my backyard, or I want to plant this in my backyard or at my ranch. What's working great for pollinators, or what won't work great for them? Or I had a guy come in yesterday and he's wanting to get an apple orchard going and some grapevines and everything. So he wants to know, where should I plant XYZ for it to work well? And then he started asking questions about the special crop grant program. So just little miscellaneous things like that here and there. So not an expert on every single thing, but really trying to be that resource of, hey, I might not know the answer right now, but I'll be that person that will get the answer for you and follow up. Mhm.
Coming up, are you going to be involved with the small acreage seminar that's you'll be part of that? That's good.
Yeah, yep, there's the irrigation district is putting on that seminar this Saturday, actually the 6th. So I'm part of that. I'm doing a presentation over grazing tactics. So that'll be really great. And then, yeah, the small acreage endeavor, what have you.
Yeah.
Part of it
With
as well.
the irrigation districts and conservation districts. Yeah, good.
Absolutely. And then Debbie mentioned some things that I'm working on just kind of independently, working with the university and a small task force we have on an equine publication. It seems like everybody has horses, so working on just overall equine well-being publication. So new equine owners, existing owners can kind of just have, you know, a simple manual, I guess, if you want to call it that. So working on that, working on maybe getting an extension podcast going, because it seems like new generational farmers and ranchers, that seems to be how they're kind of taking in information. So working on getting that going. That's a brand new project. And then just a few other small things here and
She
there.
definitely hits the ground running.
Yeah.
She's not just, I mean, she has had to do some new employee training
Yeah.
and that type of stuff, you know, via Zoom and the internet and stuff, but she has definitely, in the 2 months she's been here, been meeting a lot of people and doing a lot of stuff. So been up South Fork and she has some friends here in town too.
Yes.
is my understanding.
Yep.
So yeah, she's getting around, which is
So they're pretty much a counterpart in each county in the state for communication, or not so much?
Working on it.
Yeah, they're working on it. So
Yeah.
the next closest one to Michaela is gonna be Barton, down in Hot Springs County, so Barton's down.
Good.
And then, you know, I've been with Extension almost 20 years now, and that just blows my mind. But sometimes I'm still like, I know these people are out there, but you know, we're that connection. If they call, if a client calls with a question, you know, it's like, okay, well, I don't know the answer, just like Michaela said, but we can either get you with a specialist on campus or get you with someone, you know, someone else.
Yeah, Barton would be a good resource too.
Yeah, Barton is an excellent resource. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, and Jeremiah now, he's out at the research station, but he's been, you know, he's been very willing to help jump in and help her answer some questions, or, you know, just kind of figure out some logistics and that type of stuff. So,
Okay, cool.
so
Well, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thanks.
And so last week we had what we call the stakeholders meeting. We invited quite a few people from across the county to come for Cody's. Next Tuesday is one in Powell, and you are all welcome to come and join us if you'd like to. I know it's Fair Board meeting today.
It's an evening thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what time we're starting.
6.
Oh, okay, 6.
And where?
At the fairgrounds.
At the fairground?
So
Okay.
we're gonna
Be there.
Okay.
So if you're so inclined and have time after the meeting, you might. pop in.
Okay, we might do that.
There's never time after the.
I know.
You hope you don't go that late.
I remember Fair Board meetings from when I was on there, and sometimes it was like, well, if I could have a drink on the way home, I really would. But
Better have them before.
yeah. Well, that was always tempting too, but it's like, yeah, maybe not.
I'm
Yeah.
learning that
That
the
should
smartest
work.
thing,
Yeah.
learning that the smartest thing I ever heard out of the commissioner's mouth is when they didn't appoint me to fair board years ago.
Yeah, that's, yep.
It's actually working pretty
It-
badly.
Yeah, it's. it-
We can revisit that.
Yeah, if you have
Yeah,
some
we
spare
did.
time, I'm sure they could put you in somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but like I said,
All
you're
right.
welcome to join us and.
Okay.
Last week, we had, Kurt and Karen Bales
Oh, yeah.
from the TE came into town for that, and we had some, master gardeners. Couple people, we had a gal that she does the food for kids, the backpack program. We had the conservation district, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say the Joan from North.
Oh, yeah,
College.
for Northwest College, yeah, Joelle.
Yeah.
So it was, I mean, it wasn't a huge group,
Hours.
but there was
Yeah.
some great conversation, you know, and, you
Cool.
know, and I think like Michaela doing the podcast, I think that'll be a real positive thing. Because Kurt is one of those guys, it's like, you know, the last thing he wants is to come into town for another meeting, you know? And I called him Steve, and it's like, oh, that's bad on me. I've only known you since we graduated from high school together, so, but anyhow, you know, for him to get that information different ways is gonna be huge, so I think.
Cool.
Yeah. Anything else you wanna add?
I don't think so, not at this time.
We haven't scared her away yet. You let
Good,
us know.
good. You're
Yeah.
working with that bunch, you know.
No, we're sketchy up there, you know, they kept us in the basement for a while.
Yeah,
When they moved us up here, it's like, all right, score, we got it made.
yeah, we put you clear out of the building.
Exactly. Thank God.
No.
Thank God.
No.
Yeah, so no, we absolutely love it up here. It's awesome. It is awesome.
No, I think it's all working fine.
Yeah.
So
All right.
appreciate it.
It looks like you guys get to lunch.
We do.
All right, who's buying today?
Thank you.
Do we? We don't go there.
We're all rich.
Yeah, oh yeah, I heard that. We're
Are
all-
we?
Yeah. Yeah, we're all rich and travel in the same social circle.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
So
You missed the memo.
Yeah.
that's all right. It's Cody, Wyoming.
Yeah, it most definitely is good.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Nice to meet
You
you.
guys, good to meet you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Yeah, you missed, this was a good secretary. I mean, she was like awesome.
But
We
30,
had some good times.
30 years.
30
Yeah.
years.
Oh,
And then they were dumb enough to elect me clerk.
yeah.
You're dumb enough to run.
Yeah,
It's true.
maybe that was the point. Yeah, but what I remember, so we could have some pretty good conversations. But sometimes we got a little loud, and I think that's some of the reason they put us down there. But everybody from upstairs would come downstairs to use the bathroom, then they'd always have to stop in, especially if Colleen and I, apparently we have voices that, you know, it's like, oh, in fact, I'm in Cheyenne and she hears my voice in Target of all places.
I was meeting each other in Target.
Jeez. Nice.
So yeah, that was, but anyhow, we had some good times. Yeah.
Good.
All right.
All right.
You guys have a great night. See you later.
Thank you. This is Pauline's signed. Okay, I guess we're on lunch break, 1:15 Diamond.
meeting with Secretary Gray on Friday about the whole issue, and when I talked to him about, I don't see it in statute that allows us to hand count. His legal counsel said, well, that'd be up to the counties to figure out. And I said, well, then why do we need statute 22? It could be just one line. Counties run elections how they see fit. He didn't have an answer to that. I mean, if that's the case, if we can just do it the hell we want, let's rock on. Because I could not, and I mean, I don't know how much you've looked, I cannot find a specific enough language in there that says that we can do a wholesale hand count of election ballots, all of it.
Right, unless there's some type of a recount based.
And then that triggers that. There's a trigger in there for that hand count for that specific.
Right.
Those batch of ballots.
But there's,
If they don't have an answer, then there probably isn't a clear answer.
And let's get it figured out. This has been floating around
I know.
for a long time. If there's some legislators out there that want to get this figured out, we should have been doing it.
or
In the
Secretary Gray.
meantime, continue. And I did tell Martin, I said, what's funny is the electronic counting came about when people were screaming about the integrity of the hand count.
That was the Reagan Republicans were all for electronic.
Yep.
They had to fight clerks all over the place. The
Yeah.
clerk kept saying, trust us. How much did we spend on electronic voting,
The state did it.
State.
Many millions.
Okay,
All right.
it is 1:15, so we'll change course here a little bit. We have a continued discussion. We did close the public hearing portion, but we have a continued discussion on the Diamond Spear pit SUP 256. So I think Commissioner Teal, you asked for a little bit of additional time for some discussion on this.
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank Planning and Zoning and Commission as well as staff. I know this hasn't been easy all the way through. There's a lot going into this special use permit. However, I do want to say, most of you know, as an owner operator, I'm very aware of some of the rules and regulations, details into running a gravel pit and maintaining one. And on top of that, just recently last month, I spent a week in Cheyenne and I was tasked with following a Senate File 44, which was specific to the rules of by the DEQ as well as state mines for regulations into limited mining operations. So with that, my first glance at this is that I'd like to clean up a lot of the conditions. Some of them are covered multiple times by multiple agencies, and ultimately the state governs and regulates and monitors most of the concerns within this SUP. And with that, I'd like to kind of simplify, if you could, with condition 2 pretty much covers most of everything that will be monitored and policed by the DEQ. And trust me, they do check you minimum of once a year. Just craziest thing is just last week, I had state mines at my pit for 2 full days running around with air quality monitors as well as the operators within the pit and noise decibel meter readings. And watching, checking on multiple other things, making sure that we had safety glasses, hard hats, fire extinguishers, first aid kits, all that kind of stuff that we're as a county not geared up to police and do. And my point is, this is already being done by state mines and state DEQ. So number 2 pretty much covers, and so I believe we could eliminate 3 as a condition, 4 as a condition. And if you would like, I can read those, but they are basically what the DEQ is doing already. And number 2 basically says they can't get an SUP until they've met all the conditions for limiting mine operation through Wyoming DEQ. So 3 could go out, 4 could go out. I had my notes already. 8. 9 is actually already done. I don't care if it stays in there or not. It has to do with the power setbacks from the power pole, and they already have that agreement written into the documentation here. I don't care if it's left or it's out, but that agreement has already been done. We jump down to 15, has 4 parts to it. I believe number 2 and number 3 should not be in there. The special use permit shall expire under the following conditions. Number 2 is if the activities allowed by the permittee have ceased or to occur for at least 1 year, having been established. And the reason for that is there, you are on based from the under the limited mine operation, a 5-year renewal regardless. And I know that I've had, I'll have a gravel crusher come in and crush a couple of years worth of material. And then if that, I mean, to me, that's open for, I don't think just because it sits idle for 1 year that you should lose your SUP. You're all going to be on a 5-year renewal regardless with the DEQ. Number 3 of that section also talks about the same thing. The end of the DEQ's 5-year limited on mine operation, that it should be, you have to come back in. I think the SUP should go as long as the owner has it. Like I said, you're going to have to answer to the state on any of these questions. 16 and 17. Again, goes with the 5-year renewal of operation. I think that if with the DEQ and the state mine, after a 5-year period, all you have to do, now this is somewhat of a new rule. Supposedly, you just have to tell them, yes, you wish to continue. And that's all that you have to do with a limited mine. You don't have if you left 16, they would have to go back through our special use permit process again. And I don't think that's necessary because we don't, the governing body is Wyoming mine, or state mine and DEQ. Number 17 is has to do with the I'll read it. Upon expiration of the SUP or within 30 days of permanent seizure, the use or whichever is sooner, the applicant shall initiate reclamation. That's going to be taken up by the DEQ, not, I don't see why we need to police that. The bond is with the DEQ. We can't force the DEQ to give us that bond for the reclamation. That should be up to them. So anyway, those are the highlights. The other notes I wrote were concerns from comments out there, one being neighbors' access to the gravel. I don't know if you want to continue that conversation. Personally, that you should be able to sell who you want to and not sell who you want to. I'm not going to tell you who you can do business with, and just because you're a neighbor, they have direct access to your gravel. So I don't know if that has any merit. We can continue that discussion among us if you need to. The ownership of the land, I know this was a concern with Mr. Sampson, that the SUP should transfer. I don't really agree with that because your limiting mine operation will not transfer with ownership either. That's directly with the state. So the SUP, if the limited mine operation goes away, so should the SUP, in my opinion. And any other questions? Commissioners?
No, I'm just saying,
Okay.
like, there's
Oh,
other
okay.
comments.
I wanted to comment, Madam Chair, on number 15.2. 15.2. So
Yes.
even if that's not in a condition, that's in our rules. So if the SUP ceases, if the use permitted by the SUP ceases to operate for a year or more, it is expired by our rule. So we included it in there just as a help, but even if you take it out, unless you condition the SUP for longer term, like if it ceases to act, it would expire after a year of inactivity by our rule.
Madam Chair, I would, I'm okay as long as we have some clarification as to what is being cease to occur. Are we talking processing, mining, or just removal of gravel?
So
If they go in and they take a scoop of gravel out once a year, they're covered? I'm just saying,
I think it says that if the use ceases to occur.
Madam Chair, and I understand where Commissioner Teal is coming from, is what constitutes the use? If we crush a bunch of material and stockpile it for a year, that material is part of the activity, the stockpiling, to me, is part of the activity. So the activities are continuing. To me, that's okay.
and that's my only concern is because as an operator owner, I don't have my own crusher. I do like they're gonna do, they're going contract and volume speaks, right? So you can have somebody come in, we've heard Brian Edwards, we can get 30,000 ton done a heck of a lot cheaper than we can for 5,000. Now, maybe 10,000 will last me a year, so I'm gonna do 3 years worth at a time, and that's where I'm worried about this. That number 2 is somehow losing their SUP simply because they hadn't crushed for a 2 or 3 year period.
I mean, I would assume if they're still using it to store the material and people come and get the material, that would still constitute the use, but I'm just letting you know.
And maybe we can reword it to that.
You don't even need that in there because it's gonna be on the SUP permit. That is a condition in the rules unless you
Okay.
change that.
So we can still leave it out.
You could.
Okay.
We just put it in to help clarify.
Sure.
And then further, on number 17, the reason we put that in there is for exactly what Commissioner Teal was just talking about. If your permit expires with the state, you can literally just contact them and say, hey, like, we still want to be like allowed, but then their bond, it just like goes away. And this came up because we have a pit, right? A county that hasn't been reclaimed for the same reason, because we notified them and the landowner has to notify them. So like that was one concern that was brought forth by the public, was that it's gonna sit there and dust and everything's gonna blow all over forever when nothing's being done. So that was why that was put in there, was because just because DEQ was like, oh, you can contact us and say, oh, no, we don't wanna be told we have to reclaim yet. But then people were just gonna sit there for years and be problematic. So that's why we put that as a suggestion. Obviously, take it or leave it.
One thing that I did find out that was very irritating, if you will. Okay. The county, state and county governments, they play they're a completely different set of rules. Their bonds are not the same as ours. And the DEQ does not go after the state and government agencies the way they do private individuals. They're already, if I cease to be in compliant, they attack my bond right away. And that our bond is, well, potentially in Senate File 44 would have been 5,000 times % higher than the county has to have. I wish everybody played by the same rules, then the government would make everything more level playing.
Madam Chair, I'll just read directly from the DEQ's paper on this about reclamation. So it says, after operations have ceased or within 30 days after abandonment of the limited mining operation, the operator shall notify the LQD and begin reclamation unless the landowner advises LQD in writing that product will be further utilized and reclamation will be assumed by the landowner. So it sounds to me like it takes the reclamation responsibility almost away from the state in a way. We're just, you know, so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The only difference here is I think the landowner and the permittee is the same person. That would.
Yeah, if they release the bond in that case, then there's no guarantee that reclamation will even occur.
Mr. Simpson.
Madam Chairman, thank you, Colin Simpson. Ms. Hill just read a provision about abandonment of the use. And I don't think that's consistent with the language in paragraph 17 where it talks about permanent cessation of the use. I think that's pretty vague. And somebody may not have the intent to cease. And they crush and they come back, or they have a plan to come back in 6 months and they don't. When is the permanent cessation? It should be the abandonment, I think, if anything at all, and I don't think it's needed in there because it's covered by the DEQ requirements as well. And so long as the permit goes with the property, we're okay with. If upon transfer, the limited mining permit it goes away as well, that's consistent.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the SUP should go with the limited mine operation, not the owner.
Right.
You know,
Right.
right. So as long as that limited mine transfers, which may or may not, then the SUP should go with that. But if you sold the property or you chose no longer to file all these permits and all these reports all the time, and you decide you want to just give your do away with your limited mine operation and give it to Lee Livingston, he would then have to take up, you still own the land, but there's a lot of gravel pits that are limited mine operations that are that way. He has a mining permit, you own the land. And so the SUP should go with the mine, because you can't have one without the other. That's the way I'm looking at him. I'm not always right, Colin, so I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where I was going with that, is that it shouldn't just automatically transfer to the new owner of the land may not want, or the headache of it. He may want to go, have a contractor take over the limited mine operation as opposed to the surface owner.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Teal. The SUPs do run with the land.
Not always.
Well, I thought that Ms. Hill said last meeting consistently they do.
Unless you condition otherwise, which we have had others that cease upon transfer of ownership.
So I do think this is a different circumstance than most because it's the DEQ regulated mining permit.
Right.
But if the SUP expires,
No, I don't want that.
well, if it did, or if the land transferred and then the SUP expired and the reclamation hadn't been done, that's either the responsibility of the bondholder, or it can be assumed by the person who's buying the property, because sometimes they may want to do something different with it that DEQ would allow, but the landowner wasn't really intending to do. So I don't know the answer to some of those questions, but my horseback opinion would be the reclamation obligations continue beyond the term of the SUP until they're met, the DEQ requirements.
Madam Chair, in my opinion, they need to meet the DEQ requirements.
Exactly.
No matter what we
Exactly.
say.
They do.
We can put all the rules we want, but they're the ones holding the bond, and the bond is nothing more than an insurance policy. And if you default on it, I mean, it affects your credit level or your credit rating and everything.
Right.
So I mean, those usually don't happen, but there are people that walk away from them.
So if because the reclamation obligation and I would just say broadly reclamation goes with the land, whoever owns it, subject to the bond that was acquired by the owner. I'd hate to see Mr. Jolovich under Diamond Spear, the LLC, have to, he still would reclaim it and do those things, but the SUP would have expired because he transferred it. So can they do any operation in the mine, reclaim it without an SUP?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I think there's a fact that's missing from all of this. It's that when the state talks about reclamation and it says that reclamation will be assumed by the landowner, does that mean the state gives up the bond at that point? And if they do, then who's gonna follow up with the landowner to ensure that reclamation will occur? That's what we don't know. That part is unknown to us. We don't understand. Like if they notify the state, as it says here, that the operator, that the landowner advises the LQD in writing that product will be further utilized and reclamation will be assumed by the landowner. Does that mean they're giving up their bond at that point? We don't understand. So.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, we need to.
from what, I'm gonna try to, visiting with Kyle from the DEQ, he's the guy that you need to speak with the clerk. In order to get that bond released, you have to please the landowner and the DEQ. And I think if what they're referring to as your statement is if Mr. Jolovich owns the land, but Lee has the permit and the reclamation bond, as long as the landowner is satisfied, the DEQ will release the bond to Livingston. You follow? There's a third party that I believe you're referencing there. But in this case, similar to me, the landowner is also the operator.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir. We need to keep moving here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Schultz has just informed me that he spoke to Matt Dillon of the DEQ, who said to him that the limited mining operation permit does not expire upon transfer of ownership of the property and would continue.
That's correct. From Matt Dillon, who is our guy in Lander.
Unless the new landowner doesn't want it.
Sure, I mean, but he has the option of
Right.
keeping it. It's like an entitlement to the property that might be worth something.
I guess the only question I'd have there is if the FGP was still in place and the land sold, even if the DEQ mining permit kept going, the new owner, in my mind, has not agreed to any of the conditions of the SUP because they just bought the land, or do you make that a condition of the purchase?
Madam Chairman, it's part of the title commitment, and I would assume that they would know they're buying a gravel pit and they would assume the responsibility for those things. And if not, I mean, that's a contractual issue, but still it's the bona fide purchaser with notice. You have actual notice. It's of record. You can see it. You're buying it according to those things, and the SUPs will show up on the title commitment as well.
That's true. Okay.
So let me ask you, Madam Chair, what's the difference then if the SUP expires with the limited mine operation?
Mr. Chairman, we're happy with that.
Okay. Then you covered.
Okay.
Hey.
So if I understand things right now, Commissioner Teal has suggested that we remove conditions 3, 4, 8, 9, 15.2, and possibly 15.3, but that was open, and 16 and 17. Or what you discussed. Is that still?
That's what I have in my notes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do I have a motion in effect for this proposal?
Madam Chair, I move to approve SUP Diamond Spear SUP 5256 as corrected, and you need me to restate what Dossie state. Removing conditions 3, 4, 8, 9. Part 2 and 3 of 15, 16 and 17. Is that how you got it? Okay. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the Diamond Spear Pit SUP 256 as amended, removing conditions 3, 4, 8, 9, 15.2, 15.3, 16, and 17. Any further discussion on the motion? Yes.
Madam Chairman, may I just clarify that 15.4 would remain in upon transfer of ownership of the property when 15.3 is being removed? I thought the intent, it sounded like from the conversation that you wanted to also remove 15.4.
I missed that. I
You
apologize.
can,
Amend your motion.
I move to amend my main motion to include part 4
I'll accept that.
of condition 15.
You're okay with the
Yeah.
second? Okay. So we have an amended motion. Is there any further discussion on the amended motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
I
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank
So-
you, Madam Chairman, members of the commission.
Thank you.
Good luck this afternoon.
You don't.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you don't want to stick around?
I don't know.
Madam Chair, resolution 2024-18.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry we're running a little bit late, but the next thing on our agenda, if you'd like to come on up, Rebecca Burns, Executive Director, Powell Economic Partnership, Lane 17 Project Update.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Always good to see the county commissioners. As you said, for the record, my name is Rebecca Burns, the Executive Director for the Powell Economic Partnership. Today, I am here on behalf of the Park County Out Threat Collaborative to talk about creating access for Lane 17 for motorized and human-powered recreation. This is a project that you're well aware of, but for the purpose of this conversation, I'll just go ahead and identify all the collaborating partners, speak about the project, and then talk about the economic benefits of a project like this to Park County and our state. So collaborators, we have a lot of collaborating partners, as the title Park County Outdoor Collaborative entails. So first is the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. They are very in support of this project. The local Cody office has illustrated that this is the top of their priority list to gain access to Lane 17, and we'll go over that a little bit later. The Bureau of Land Management is also a land manager and a collaborating partner in this project. We have the Bureau of Reclamation, Joe, I'm going to butcher his last name, Bildenhauer. I believe that's what it is. And he's the outdoor recreation planner for the Missouri River Basin. And he's collaborating on this project. Then, of course, we have the Heart Mountain Irrigation District, who is not only a collaborator, but the entity who came forward at a collaborative meeting suggesting that this project take place. Of course, we have Park County, you all sitting before me, and we have the collaborator, the collaborative itself, and then any funders and potential grantors, some of which have already been identified. So they would be also collaborating partners. Okay, so let's talk about the project. We talked about the maps that you have in front of you. I think you have two sets of maps. Essentially what it looks like is when you're going down 14A between Cody and Powell, you have road 20, and then you hop over to lane 17. At that point, that is a county road, lane 17. There was a bridge at one time, it was taken out. And so what the Heart Mountain Irrigation District had illustrated at the collaborative meeting was, hey, why don't we work on putting that bridge back so that people could have access to the front side of Heart Mountain. So Game and Fish is really in favor of this project because the way that they feel about it is it's an excellent way to manage elk on Heart Mountain. Currently, there's access on the backside of Heart Mountain, but they really feel if there's access there in that spot in the front side, it will help disperse the herd. The BLM has recently, on March 28th, given me a document. I should have brought my reading glasses up here. So essentially what it says, to summarize, and I'm happy to present the document later, is that there are, on the maps, you'll see a lot of there are roads on there. They're called unnamed roads, but they're essentially already pathways and access for motorized and or non-motorized and so on and so forth. And so according to the most recent resource management plan signed in 2015, the BLM designates or identifies that these are existing roads and then can be used in the hopes that in the future, a travel management plan would be created if they warrant
that there's heavy enough use, but they're happy with the way it is right now. And essentially the last sentence says interim exiting roads and trails may be maintained for continued access until completion of the travel management plan. So that's part of their project. I did want to also mention that the Wyoming Game and Fish is happy to work with the Bureau of Reclamation. And so what that means, like in a technical term, is that they would fill out, SF, I think 299 is the form. And essentially what they would do is work with the Bureau of Reclamation so that they're maintaining that piece of the puzzle. As you see on your map, you can see there's the irrigation, there's the county road, which dead ends into the irrigation canal, and then there's a sliver of BOR and then mostly BLM after that. And so really the Game and Fish is just talking about that access right after you go off the bridge and then onto the Bureau of Reclamation lands. And the ask, I guess, from the Park County Outdoor Rec Collaborative is for a bridge. That's the kind of piece of the puzzle that's missing, is the bridge. The Game and Fish are in discussions at this point and say they would have to maintain bridge. I know that maintenance is always a concern when you're putting in infrastructure. That's something that they're willing to discuss if the bridge is put in addition to managing those agreements with the Bureau of Reclamation. And then of course, as the BLM sees it, those roads are already there, so people can just go on them as they wish. Okay, so the economic impacts, why this is really so important for Park County and also for the state of Wyoming is that outdoor recreation is a $1.1 trillion business in the United States. It represents 4.1 of Wyoming's current GDP. If we were to look at the dollar amount of what that 4.1 GDP is, we are actually 44th out of the 50 states in the actual dollar amount. That's 2 billion. So a lot for us, but there's a lot of opportunity for growth and movement in this particular area. And we have identified that access is kind of the linchpin to that growth. So first we need infrastructure, we need the access, then we can look to expand businesses. And I'm speaking as the PEP representative now. We would go to existing businesses and looking to expand offerings. Then we're going to recruit businesses that fill those gaps in the hopes that we get a reasonable outdoor rec manufacturer at the end of the day. That's where we would be increasing jobs. Currently, in the state of Wyoming, outdoor recreation has basically 16,000 jobs in Wyoming, which is 5.6% of all of the state's employment. And what we're trying to do with this access project, currently the highest industries are RVing, hunting, shooting, trapping, snow activities, boating, fishing, and equestrian. This particular project would also enhance hunting and shooting. It would also enhance equestrian, and then it would add some motorized and non-motorized activities as well. So I would say just finally to wrap this up, and then I'm happy to sit for questions. When I had the opportunity to speak at the Wyoming legislature this February, and I was speaking on behalf of House Bill 67 that our local Representative Newsom really spearheaded. And we talked about the economic, viability of this industry and how it matches our state, and that it just makes sense to move toward helping with infrastructure. I would say Senator Guru, Jones, and Schuler all highlighted and really spoke about how they wished their counties were as active as Park County in all the projects that we have moving forward, especially with outdoor recreation. And I'd also love to thank obviously Madam Chairman and Commissioner Thiel for attending all of these outdoor recreation meetings and being in support of this industry that we feel has huge economic prosperities that starts with access. Thank you.
One thing that I would mention that kind of also needs to be on the list, we understand the bridge situation. And I think we can have some future conversations about that. There's also a significant amount of county road that would have to be rebuilt. Or at least brought up to some type of standards if we're going to allow that kind of traffic in there for that kind of use. So that's something that we need to look at as a cost factor also.
Sure.
As we're putting this together and putting a pencil to it or deciding who can do what. But certainly I think the project's been brought back to the forefront as far as discussions. Might be a good time getting into budget. I think I mentioned to you, and we've had a discussion, there's a bridge being removed down in the southeast part of the state or county. If there's some opportunities for those, I don't understand all the lengths and widths and everything we need, but there might be opportunities there to look at what's available. So we can see. Does anybody else have anything else right now to?
Madam Chair, I'm supportive of the project up to a certain level. I'm good with the county improving the road. I am in my maybe short remaining time, I'm not going to be in favor of us providing a bridge, buying a bridge. I think my support will end at the canal, as far as monetarily, but there's a possibility with the Roach Gulch Bridge coming out. The document from the Game and Fish is calling for a 70-foot bridge. I went out there, I've been out there, I've measured it. I think they're off. I think 60 and possibly a little bit shorter would do it. But that's where I'm at on it.
Any other comments for Rebecca right now?
I just want a real quick one. I went to the Wyoming Game and Fish licensing and area meetings they had. And I don't know where it's coming from, but I will say I did talk to Tony Mung afterward, our biologist, and he announced to approximately 50 people there that the county's putting this bridge in. That where that rumor's coming from, and I'm not saying I'm against it, and I'm just saying that has not been decided, and I want it clarified that that at this point in time, I'm more along with where Lee is at. We have mixed opinions as to why we need a road across there when it is not landlocked. But I'm not against it. I'm not going to fight anybody on it, but I'm going to limit our taxpayers' dollars to special interest for this.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, I cannot speak to Mr. Mung's comment. I have most of my communications has been with Brad Sorensen, who is his official title is, let's see, he's the Habitat and Access Supervisor. I know that, and I have also spoken to Corey Klaas, who's the Wildlife Management Coordinator. And I know that they have been speaking internally about the project, but I feel like they very well understand all of the moving parts and the plan A's and the plan B's of the project.
I just know our media is in the room, and I just wanted to clarify that because that was announced and I wasn't the only one that heard it.
Sure.
I had people come up to me after the meeting and as well, and I talked to Tony about it. He apologized for saying that when he didn't. He assumed that's what he heard, and that's within them. So anyway, just throwing that out there.
Madam Chair, can I have one final comment?
Yes, if we hurry.
I would just ask, how is it that Park County Outdoor Collaborative can help push this project forward? If it is dollars to be raised, there are some avenues. I spoke about one, the state has this Outdoor Rec Trust Fund, House Bill 67. There are dollars there for outdoor rec access. The Park County Travel Council has also announced, and they have had annual access projects. There's dollars there locally. There's also outdoors organizations who have either committed verbally and or submitted letters of support for dollars. So if dollars are the issue, and it makes sense for the county to move forward, is there a way that we can come to an agreement with the bridge?
Madam Chair, it seems like the Game and Fish BLM, they're happy to sign a piece of paper, but they don't have a whole lot of skin in the game as far as helping monetarily and also the continued maintenance afterwards, making sure the bridge is is maintained. So we would have to come up with an agreement with, for instance, a Game and Fish, that's your bridge. We don't want a bridge. And as far as getting additional funds, yeah, because we're gonna have to pony up $100,000 to improve that road. And so there's gonna have to be some other people involved, besides just the county supporting the entire thing. So,
Madam Chair, I did list the collaborators for a reason, because there's a lot of entities coming to the table, all doing their piece of the puzzle. And if it's just coming down to money for a bridge, I know that the public is behind this project. They want this access project to happen. So I feel like we can come to some sort of agreement about what that would look like. It makes most sense for the county to put in the bridge because the county already maintains 70 bridges. This is kind of what the county's role is in local government. And so it makes most sense for the county to put in the bridge, have an agreement. If that's the case, with, Game and Fish moving forward, there will be lots of agreements at the table. Thank you.
Okay,
Very quick. My concern,
Needs
Madam
to be
Chair,
quick.
is ownership of the bridge afterwards and maintenance of. It's not just putting in the dollar amount, put it in. It's who owns it and is liable for it after that.
Madam Chair, as I mentioned, Game and Fish is is willing to have those conversations.
okay. We'll see what we can do about a work session of some kind too.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, thank you. We are running behind.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to go into executive session.
second.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Sorry, we'll be a few minutes. I hope.
I move to adopt the proposal, discuss in executive session and allow the chair to sign.
Second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adopt the proposal as presented and allow the chair to sign. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, come on, guys. We don't have much time. Get in here if you're coming.
Well, they saw the door open.
Yeah. We need Hans and Katie. They're standing out there talking.
Here they come.
Move to adjourn.
Yeah. I was prepared.
Yeah.
Why don't we
It's up to you. Well, that's true. Okay.
finish up here? No, me too.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and continue the public hearing from this morning. And we're going to have to keep moving. I'm going to ask that people that are speaking will be allowed to speak for their 2-minute limit. I have a couple of commissioners that have other appointments later this afternoon. Without this being on the agenda, they had no idea this might run over. So we're going to try to keep moving as much as we can. The things we need to bring back, the precinct boundary change and the changing of polling locations. Now, we finished the polling location discussion. We have not taken action on it yet, but we were in the middle of discussion and public comment on the precinct boundary changes. So I would ask anyone else that would like to speak on the precinct boundary changes. Yes, ma'am. If you'd like to come up to the mic, please, and identify yourself. And Molly will be keeping time and she'll let us know.
I'm Ann Pasick. I'm the chair of the Park County Democrats. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. Park County Elections Office proposes to reconcile ward boundaries with voter precinct boundaries. These changes are consistent with the mission of the Elections Office to provide a reliable and valid election process for all Park County voters. Separating the boundary process from special interests limits discrimination in the voting process. The Park County Democrats support this change. A valid election requires the input of as many registered voters as possible. Park County includes remote locations in Yellowstone Park and on its perimeters. For these voters, voters with physical disabilities, and voters who are otherwise unable to present themselves at their polling place on election day, the absentee or early voting process is essential. Park County Democrats strongly support absentee and early voting opportunities for Park County voters. The allotment of precinct leaders to each party is not at the discretion of the Elections Office. The voting results of the November 8, 2022 election were low, which by law required a reduction of precinct leaders. The Republican Party precinct numbers declined from 58 pairs to 43. The Democratic Party maintained 29 pairs. As this action was dictated by law, the Park County Democrats have no comment on this change. The consolidation of precincts had no impact on the Republican Party precinct leader numbers, and they maintain 43. It did reduce the number of precincts for the Democratic Party from 29 to 22, but due to our bylaws, this does not limit political participation for Park County Democratic voters.
We're at the 2 minutes.
Park County Democrats have no objection and support this change.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak to this? You'd identify yourself and. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Leah Tracy. I'm in precinct 22. And I speak against this change, this consolidation. I spend a lot of time walking around our whole town. I love to walk and seeing how the different neighborhoods work and how they represent themselves. I feel like consolidating them would necessarily change the representation that we have in smaller areas. And I don't know that neighborhoods are Democrat or Republican, so I can't speak to how changing them would benefit one side or the other. I'm more concerned about changing it just at the very micro level. And I just feel like what Mr. Venata brought up earlier about the grassroots is I strongly feel that that is the way we need to go. We need to keep our precincts small and representative of the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak to this issue? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Martin Kimmett. Thank you, Chairman Overfield. Commissioners, I did send an email yesterday. Scott, I don't know if you got it because I was returned. I got to check your email. But I know that that you got a letter from Secretary of State Gray, and hopefully you read it. I've got to echo the feelings of the grassroots. I feel that the more people can be represented by the smaller areas. We would not like Wyoming to be joined with Montana or one of our neighboring states just as a convenience. I know, as all you know, that I've led the party for quite some time, and I have in touch with a lot of people. I've never spoke to one of our people that is in favor of this. And so I urge you not to change these boundaries. I think change for the sake of change or change for the convenience of someone other than the voter is wrong. And please let us keep the power at the grassroots level. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, Commissioners, I prepared for 3 minutes.
Name, please.
Karen Jones,
Sorry.
excuse me.
That's all
I
right.
prepared for 3 minutes, so it's going to be a
Read
little
quick.
bit difficult.
Okay.
I don't believe that your proposal to consolidate satisfies the state statute. The stated reason for consolidation of precincts was so that the clerk would have to print less ballots. I do not believe that the clerk's convenience is a valid or lawful reason for this election office to remove grassroots representation from the people through consolidation. And it is an indisputable fact that in Park County, the greatest number of electors are the grassroots Republicans. Anyone can verify this fact on the registered voter list. Each precinct is distinctively situated. Their representation should be maintained for the interest and convenience of the greatest number of electors involved. Instead, Republicans are harmed in this proposal. By statute, the government's interest in consolidation are immaterial. As a majority, the grassroots Republicans' lawful interest and convenience are what you must adhere to. Democrats will not be negatively affected by the consolidation. The lowest number of precinct committee men and women are already allotted to them, and that is because of the low number of Democrat electors in Park County. Republicans who vastly outnumber Democrats will lose multiple distinctively situated precincts in this consolidation. But more than that, the Republican precincts lose their grassroots representation because of dissimilar area and people representing them who are not from their own neighborhoods. To consolidate precincts after the lawful removal of Republican seats results in harm to the grassroots Republicans. It denies the Republicans the lawful representation that was prescribed for the county commissioners to follow in statute 22-7-103. Consolidation is counter to statute and harms the grassroots Republicans. You are to protect. I feel we are against this consolidation and ask that you do not remove, merge, consolidate, or redistrict precincts in Park County, and I urge your no vote today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for reading faster.
It was fast.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Overfield. My name is Nina Weber, Cody, Wyoming. And I was just out on the map server looking at the areas to be combined. wow, I'm sure you guys have done the same thing. And when I looked at that, I saw, this is what I had seen is vast differences in the prices of housing and neighborhoods. We combine all of those wards together, or you're calling them wards, but we combined all of them. It's not going to represent the low propensity voters or the people, maybe even elderly voters. It just won't do that. I'm not in favor of combining all of these. As a former county clerk, when I had heard earlier today about the convenience of the clerk and they're all getting the same ballot, well, it's a computer program. It's easy. You're not handwriting it. You're not drawing a map. I would urge your no vote on this consolidation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak to this issue?
Richard Jones, Chairman, Commissioners. I want to speak briefly to just one very procedural issue that was briefly mentioned when we were talking about the changing the precinct voting location for Crandall area. The concept of sending out absentee ballots without being requested to a particular group of any group, I think is a slippery slope and the wrong thing to do. People have the right to request the ballot. Nobody's disenfranchised, but to preempt that by sending them to people, I just don't think that's a good idea. It leads to a lot of other issues that that we've been discussed. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to speak? We're gonna.
I'll be super brief. Nicole Forsberg, Clark, Wyoming. I'm a precinct committee woman for 1-1. And I guess I would like to just highlight the fact that this will be eliminating 7 precincts. And that I'm opposed to this in that, much to like what Nina had mentioned, you have very different neighborhoods, very different demographics, very different lifestyles that were represented in the past. So this places 7 precincts and scatters them throughout wherever they end up getting placed, where they may not have the same like-minded representation that they had before. So I'd be speaking against that.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak today? Is there any other public comment?
I'm Chair, move to close public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. From us.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we just can't receive any. You're not public.
Yeah, I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Any discussion from the board?
Just, Madam Chair, just a question for staff. For Hans and Katie, is there a money saver in this at all?
Madam Chairman, I would say that there is not a money saver in it. I couldn't come up with a reason that we would save money.
Okay.
When some
are getting more volunteers, if we kept it the same way, or if we switched it your way, does it make any difference for the people involved as far as the staff running the election?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, so the difference is going to be in the number of ballots that our judges are looking at as they're passing out ballots to our voters on election day at our polling locations, especially in our 2 largest locations, Cody Auditorium and the Powell Fairgrounds building, where we'll be able to, instead of having 3, 6, 9 ballot styles in Cody, we would be able to knock it down to 5. And in Powell, we would be able to take that from 5 down to 3. So it just, when this
when somebody said this, that we were saying this was for the convenience of the clerk. It's not for the convenience of the clerk. This is for our election judges and helping them to better be able to get our voters their correct ballot and not have so many choices that there's a 25 or 24-1-1, 24-1-2, 24-1-2, or 1-3, and then the 24-2 and 24-3. So instead of having those choices, nothing changes on those ballots other than the number at the top. So does that answer your question, Commissioner Mangold?
Just another one too on the conditions of the absentee ballots up in Sunlight is they probably already know that they can request an absentee ballot. We don't need to send them one. We're not sending them. a
Madam
ballot.
Chairman, Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, no, when Mr. Jones spoke about that, I think that he misheard us this morning. We do not send absentees to anyone without a specific request from that person.
Good.
So, Madam Chairman, may I go on for just a couple?
Sure.
Just a couple of other items, and then I'll right. So we're not printing fewer ballots either. I just wanted to make that point that we're not printing fewer ballots. We will still be printing the same number of ballots. There will just be fewer ballot styles. So instead of there being 500 of this style and 500 of this style, there's going to be 1,000 of one style. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that. One other thing I'd like to clarify when we're talking about precinct committee numbers, Madam Chairman, in the areas that we are proposing to consolidate, when we're talking about grassroots organization and grassroots participation, in precinct 2-2, there were 0 Republican committee women that applied for election there. So there were 0 elected. That happened in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different precincts across the county, where there were no Republican candidate in the precinct committee woman race. Happened multiple times in the men's side as well. In 2022, 37 of 58 Republican committee women positions were filled by election. 46 of 58 precinct committee positions were filled by election, meaning that the rest of those positions were appointed by the party themselves.
And just real quick, before you move on that. So that would mean to me that if you basically made the precinct larger, you're maintaining the same number of precinct committee men and women. It's just that they don't have to be from a very small spot. You might get more willing participation as far as when it comes to being elected.
They could draw from a larger area, yes. If that's your question,
yeah.
Commissioner Livingston. So when we talk about the consolidation, so in precinct 2-1 and 2-2, the numbers of voters for US Rep on November 8th of 2022 was 718 and 486, meaning that there was, if you decide to not do any consolidation, there would be 3 committee people from precinct 2-1 and 2 from 2-2. If we do the combination, there will be 5. Same thing in 24-1, combining with 24-2 and 3. It would be the same number. There would be 3 committee people or 1 each from each precinct should you not decide to combine. In 25-1, the number actually increases. So there, if you decide not to combine, there will be 1 each from 25-1, 2, and 3. If you combine, there will be 4. That's the way the math works out. In Powell, the math actually works the other direction. In 9-1 and 2, the number would be 1 each because every precinct is guaranteed 1 pair of precinct committee people. So in 9-1 and 2, the combination would go actually to 1 because they only would, combining those two would only be 373 voters. So they would still only get 1. If they would have gotten to 376 voters in that, they would get 2. So then they would have been at 44 pair on committee men and women. If we want to talk about numbers, precinct 7-2 has 39 voters in it. They get 1 pair. Are they not overrepresented by their 1 pair of precinct committee people? It's a question I just have. I just, those are the numbers, that's the math and how it works out. And I believe I don't have anything further. Do you have anything further?
Okay, thank you.
I would stand for further questions, Madam Chairman.
Any other questions for staff?
Madam Chair, a quick one. I've heard advantages, disadvantages. I've never lived in town, so I don't fully, I've never experienced all the different wards and in the country, we do have committee men and committee women, but I've heard advantages, disadvantages for judges, volunteers, workers. What does it do or disadvantage to the voters coming in? What changes there, if any?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel, I think it reduces confusion. If you and I live across the street from one another and you're in 2-1 and I'm in 2-2, and we have the exact same ballot, except for precinct committee people, what is that confusing to you?
No, I'm asking.
Could it be confusing to a voter? I think it is. And we answer the questions like that every year about why is my ballot different from my neighbor across the street. I think it's more of a voter focused thing. We will print the same amount of ballots. It's not convenience for the clerk.
One last follow-up quick. Will it reduce, I have heard people somewhat complain and at the polling places of the long lines, and I don't have time, I'm going back to work, so I'm not voting. Will this reduce lines?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Thiel, probably not, because the lines accumulate at the poll book. That's where the lines accumulate, is at the poll book.
Will it increase lines?
No, I can confidently say that it would not increase lines at the ballot table. Because at the ballot table, they're taking their ticket from their poll book judge, taking it over to the ballot table, exchanging that for a ballot, and they're off on their way.
Commissioner?
Follow-up question on that then. You're not gonna have, we haven't taken any polling places away. You're not taking it away. So it's the same amount of voters voting at the same polling place.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Stewart, absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, we actually have 2 things to decide here that were presented separately. One is the change polling locations from the courthouse to the Cody Rec Center in 11-2.
Madam Chair, I move that we change the polling location from the courthouse to Cody Rec Center for precinct 11-2 Crandall Sunlight.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to allow the change in polling location from the courthouse to the Cody Rec Center for precinct 11-2 Crandall Sunlight. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. The second action required is precinct boundary change, as has been defined by staff within Cody and Powell. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make so motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the precinct boundary changes as presented. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay,
Madam Chair.
yes, ma'am.
Resolution 2024-19.
They'll both be on the same resolution.
Correct.
Madam Chair, I think we need to.
Thank you.
visit about-
Madam Chair, one more thing is the precinct committee numbers. I need you to consider the precinct number change or precinct committee number changes that I presented to you in the spreadsheet with the consolidated numbers. The statute says that whenever there's a change in precinct boundary, that the commissioners need to approve those numbers. So we just need one more motion to approve those committee numbers,
Which are
that 43 pair.
so moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the allocation for precinct committee men and women as requested at 43 pair. Any further discussion on the motion?
Oh, and
20.
pardon me, and 22 for the
22. I was
Democrats.
thinking there's only one set here.
My apologies. And
Thank you.
sorry.
43 and 22. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second.
Been moved and
What was
seconded
that?
to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Who said it?
Scott Mangold.
Here's that resolution to sign.